Right, here we are again. So let's get some maps. I should really start sorting through my maps. Um... Wand. Rarity, maybe. Number of monsters. That sounds good. Right, let's just make some out of these. Good, how are you? Yes, I started this build at level 20, so you can absolutely do that. I don't have any of these omens. So there is an omen.
Hello there.
Just want to make some cheap maps here. Only adds prefix. When is this? Omen of Sinistra Coronation. Alright, you get 2 for 1x. That's actually bullshit, right? I'm just gonna do this the regular way. Actually, no, I'm gonna do it. I changed my mind. So, how many regals do I have? I have no regals. I have 8. So, let's get another 15 maybe. 60. Then we get the omen. What was it called? Something with coronation. Extra coronation. We get... Oh, wait. Extra alchemy. Nope. But I don't know how these things are called. It's so annoying. This one here. Omen of Sinistra Coronation. Was that hard? The weapon swap is only for stationary fights. Yes, you can also check my guides. It's very, very explicitly explained in there what the weapon swap is for. Right, so I guess we augment none of these, right? We regal them right away. Now these are all 2 prefix. I guess this is good enough to run, to be honest. Want to have some relaxed maps. Let's put them in. It should be explained in the skill section usually. Oh yeah, and I need one tier 16 map. Do I have it already? I have one tier 16 map here. Because, so it's very difficult to find a level 82 map. I happen to build exactly one of those, which is here. So you need to have a +1 from a cleansed map. And you need to have a +1 from the tower. And then you need a 16 map. That's the only way to get a 82 map to get your boss thing. So it's the last boss thing. It's the only way through a cleansed map. And this +1 area level is very, very rare. That's a good start. Map starts with a good 25x. And by the way, I tested Storm Mages, so I don't know. A lot of people are just spreading huge misinformation. So one Storm Mage is not gonna shock anything but white mobs. It's just complete bullshit. As I already suspected. Like, there's no way one Storm Mage with like a 5k hit damage is gonna shock anything. Because mobs are gonna just have way too much of a shock threshold. I really wish people would just not be straight up lying about, you know, whatever. People come here on stream and just tell me bullshit, which is apparently not working. It's kind of annoying, I feel like, because, you know, I spent the time to verify it. And I directly, instantaneously notice, okay, this is complete bullshit. I don't know. I feel like it's a little bit annoying. But, you know, I guess that's what you get. I also saw like a bunch of videos. I looked at some videos today, and there's apparently people claiming, you know, their minion builds are the best and whatever. I'm not gonna claim my build is the best or anything. But, you know, there's people claiming, you know, this is the best minion boss killer, blah, 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 blah. And then they literally have 2 million DPS on a boss. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Like 2 million DPS? I had that like 3 days ago with area of effect setup on a boss. I even had more. And it's like, I don't know. I really can't stand people claiming something is the best. Lightning Mage is also super slow for bossing. Not gonna say that I saw a video of you know, so-called best you know, best build guide with Lightning Mages, and again they did like 2 million DPS on a boss, which is absolutely nothing. So if I would even remotely optimize this build into like boss setup, I would easily do like 10 to 15 million. But yeah, I don't know. I think Lightning Mage, you know, the only tempting on Lightning Mage is that you can get another +3 levels on them with unique items. I'm not gonna say that this is the best minion build, but I'm honestly relatively sure. I mean, the only thing I haven't checked out is skeletal snipers. I didn't check it out in depth. But besides that, which I didn't check yet, I'm pretty sure this is honestly the best minion build right now. But you know, I didn't see any or builds. I haven't checked out skeletal snipers yet, and I haven't checked out Valguards yet. But so far what I have been seeing, this seems to be the best one from what I have seen so far. Obviously I cannot really judge the gear investment of other people, because my gear is pretty good by this point. I could easily also get like 12k energy shield if I wanted. I already removed energy shield from my build. I learned something though. There's a minion which there's a spectre which only costs 10 spirit, which you could use for the master support. So yeah, I haven't made the boss setup yet, but I'm pretty sure I can. I mean, I did all bosses in tier 3. I could do them in tier 4, but I don't see a reason to do that. Bosses in tier 3 were relatively easy. The only challenge was I would say the King of the Mist was the hardest. I mean, I haven't done Arbiter yet. Yeah, freeze is a nice def layer. And also area of effect is just nice. Right, so let's just see how much DPS I do on this boss. I'm just gonna swap magnified effect for let's just do glaciation, more freeze. So it's not even a DPS increase, right? It's just quality of life increase. Oh god, this boss. Yeah, so I started too early, so I couldn't push DPS. And minions were not out. But as you can see, even with a fucked up fight, I like overshoot 2 million DPS. I'm at 3 already easily. 3.5. So I already doubled the so-called best minion build by just, you know, not even pushing damage. I just pushed freeze. And this is a tier 18 boss. So I'm not gonna say it, but you know, the tier 15 boss I saw in that video lived longer than my tier 18 boss in this video, which freaking ran away from me. So I don't know how people are saying stuff like that. It's really annoying. It blows my mind. Just don't claim something is the best if it's clearly not. Alright, so the last boss point you can only get by clearing 3 citadels. But yeah, I'm sure, I mean, if I convert this to a boss killer, I'm easily gonna hit 10 to 15 million DPS. Easy. I can already tell you 100% I will. Which I'm gonna do as soon as I don't need to do any mapping anymore. I'm just gonna, you know, I'm just gonna make this into like a boss killer, and then I'm just gonna, you know, try the other minion builds since I already have all the gear, and you know, you can pretty much use the gear for everything else. Hello, my friends. Thank you so much. How are you doing today, my Korean friend? Let's go for. Oh wait, let's go the back route here. So I upgraded some gear. I got a really nice amulet, but I didn't get it for I think it was 2 divines this one year, or 3 divines. It was 2 or 3 divines. So this one is actually pretty damn sick. This has like huge energy shield. So this gave me like a 1000 energy shield, and it's just pretty much by any means better, and I put like defense quality on it, so this is a really nice one. And I just picked up this ring here, which is pretty decent. And I have a new scepter, which has a lot of mana regen, so right now I'm completely fixed on mana regen. But what I'm looking right now, what I'm sniping right now, I have my life surge on a godly scepter. Because that is the biggest damage boost I can still get, is really just a godlike scepter. I mean, it doesn't even have to be godlike, but I'm looking for something with +3 or +4 minions. And, you know, roughly like 70% minion damage and maybe some minion crit chance. No, ablation works on Pain Offering, I tested that. Yeah, it works. Bullshit. You know, I have nothing against Kriparian. I guess it's a great guy, but honestly, I have to say, like, this guide he threw out is not very good. It's just, I'm just saying, so I've been playing this build since 6 days now, and I pretty much know the most. I don't know everything, but a lot of stuff in his build is just not making sense. Like, you don't want to put cast speed on these frost mages. They don't do any damage with their cast. It makes no sense. You don't want to use the shock mage. It shocks nothing but white mobs, to be honest. It can really... If you're lucky, it can shock a blue mob, but nothing more than a blue mob. I tested it on 3 bosses in a row. It didn't do a single shock on the boss, so really there's absolutely no way the shock mage is gonna shock a boss ever. And then he kind of has, I think, a Varguard to make it ignite, and then has an ignite gem to prolong the shock while you have ignite, but that thing will never shock, basically. And then also he's running... I mean, I guess this is debatable, to run... another skeleton minion to use Master Support. Right now I'm not using Master Support. I mean, he's using the support which turns the chaos damage into cold damage. That might actually be good. I haven't made the math on it yet. If I change my, 30% extra chaos damage to frost damage, because then it, gets benefit from exposure and the curse. So that might be worth it, but also, on the other hand, you're gonna lose 30% more damage, which then, also kicks into the chaos. So I don't know. So I just have a feeling, again, I'm not gonna accuse anyone of anything, but I have a feeling that guy just, has been, maybe he saw the build somewhere and he said, yeah, this looks cool, let me make it myself. And then he made the build, but he only has like 4 frost mages in total. It kind of doesn't look very, very detailed to me. I mean, it's no offense at all, but it just didn't. I watched it and it just didn't look better than mine in like any kind of way. It's just what it is. But I guess it's okay, But I want to try the other minion builds, so, because, really, the good thing is you can just switch any minion build, right? There's really no specific gear. Like, all the minion gear works pretty much for everything. Which I guess is nice. So I want to try out those builds myself to really feel which one will be the best one. But I kind of have a very strong feeling nothing is gonna even remotely come close to this one here. It's just my feeling by the burst DPS and what I'm seeing from other guides and other videos there. Maybe the Varguards with the snipers is gonna be better than this one from a damage perspective. The only thing what sucks in this one is really the slower movement speed, and it's really hard to push attack speed that far. That you can move decently fast. The only way would be the rower mount, which would require really intense gear investment. Be care of ingenuity now. I dropped 2 while I was doing my bosses and I sold them all for, I guess they sell for roughly a divine. So they are basically worth the boss key. But I don't think, I mean, there might be a specific use for it where you boost like a specific ring over a certain threshold or something like that. I don't know. But the item itself is just horribly bad. I mean, yeah, sure, if you don't need any stats from your belt, right? Still, realistically, your belt can only give you resistances and, maybe flat life. So I guess, if you had a perfect ingenuity, it might still be better, even for this build, because you could boost the cast speed on the rings. And also, especially if you would have corrupted mods on rings, for example, which are much stronger than corrupted mods on a belt. Really, my region doesn't lag right now. But I guess if it would be 40% on ingenuity, I think it would be fair. I think the 30% is just too low. I think 40% would be good. Oh shit, I forgot the boss. But when I was figuring out this build, I also learned like some stuff, the hard way. I tested all the supports. And the supports on the pain offering, they work, but they are not insane, right? So they're really just increasing the buff effect by, a certain amount. So it's really not like they are absolutely insane buffs. Wait, is this the right way or the wrong way? Wrong way. It's not like they're insane buffs, but they give like a good amount of damage each. So you can definitely use Ablation and the other one. They both work. I mean, at least the tooltip, right? They work for the tooltip. I know that. Right, let's push some DPS. Oh wait, this one has damage reduction, right? Yeah. Old. This is not a good boss to push DPS on. What skill effect, duration, and increase area? So increase area of effect is really just for Sigil of Power. So it just gets larger. That's really the only thing. And a skill effect duration is mainly just for the Sigil of Power duration and the Pain Offering. So it just lasts longer, because it's fairly short. It's so annoying if the skeletons are not in the arena. So you can always switch off and weapon swap, then they will summon in, but it will use their Frost Bomb. You're welcome. Okay, so we have to go to this poor tower. So by the way, I decided that that Breach is the best, still the best mechanic. So right now, since I fully juiced Breach, even though it's one of the harder mechanics, I think Breach is the best one still, by far. It just goes fastest to complete. It drops the most stuff. The Breach Splinters don't really sell for Lord, but you know, they sell. And you know, you have the potential of getting Breach Rings. Right now, the supply in Breach Rings is extremely limited, but potentially Breach Rings will be the strongest ring slots by far. And right now, you cannot really get a lot of Breach Rings. I think not a lot of people are playing Breach yet. I honestly think a lot of people didn't even, you know, juice their boss mechanics until the end. To me, it looks like not a lot of people are really pushing that hard or that efficient. A lot of people are like just giving up, or, you know, spend their time on making mediocre builds. That's what I'm saying. I have been playing this build since day one, right? So I literally started playing this build at level 20. And, you know, there's always going to be other creators, you know, playing the same build. Again, not going to accuse anybody of copying or stealing or whatever. That's bullshit, right? You can play whatever build you like. But, again, I have been playing this for a very long time. So I pretty much figured most of the stuff out. And I pretty much, you know, verified or de-verified already most of the stuff people are saying. Also, I don't want to play Delirium maps anymore, by the way. I just found the, you know, the reward ratio of playing Delirium maps is not worth it. So this is one of the last ones I have. But, you know, just by putting 21% pack size and I think 28% Delirious on maps, it just makes the maps extremely more difficult. So, I don't know, something went wrong when they, you know, did all the stat squish and the adjustments. I feel like Delirium is just somewhere above. It's just extremely rough. Like, even the Simulacrum, right? I can kill all tier 3 bosses. I could probably kill all tier 4 bosses. I'm just not doing it right now. But I cannot even beat tier 1 Simulacrum. Maybe by now I could do it if I would do another run. But I really don't want to do it again before I get like a God Scepter. By the way, they might just pop one up. This is not bad. 3 diffs. 3 diffs, 84% damage, 28 crit bonus, 40% spirit. This is not bad. But to be honest, is it gonna be much better than mine? I don't think so, actually. Minus 29% damage, 14% crit chance. No, it's not going to be better than mine. It's not going to be good enough. Yeah, glad you like it, man. I really like this too. I'm already like sad when I will let it go. But I have to let it go. I want to still explore some other stuff before the season gets dead. Or league. I keep calling it season. See, like, this is just delirious maps. And it just adds so much extra difficulty on the map. And the rewards are really... You know, you just get some Simulacrum Splinters. Obviously, if I would get like a carry for Simulacrum or would do the Simulacrum, that I could get double Simulacrum Splinters, it would do a little bit. But, you know, I don't even want to imagine playing high Delirium maps. They're... I don't know, that's... I noticed when I play the Simulacrum, that it's just so extremely rough once you get into like the 70, 80, 90, 100% Delirious. So I think they have to adjust something there. I think it's too rough compared to all the other content. Oh yeah, and we're getting Scepter sockets next week or something like that. Okay, first... Big flags. Oh, I cannot reach the big flags. It's too bad. Anyway, I'm not gonna redo it. By now, I think I even want to drop off some more energy shield, I think. I mean, I have 9.3k. I could remove another 3 points from energy shield to get some more juice. So I guess for a minion build, Amulet is a great slot to pick up extra energy shield. When I did my Amulet query, it just really the extra energy shield on the Amulet I have here didn't really cost a whole lot. Like I have the plus 86 flag is awesome, but you know the percent energy shield on Amulet didn't really seemingly increase the cost because the prefix slots on the Amulet are pretty much not so relevant. Nobody cares about spell damage slots on the Amulet, right? The other prefix slot would be just life and mana. Mana we don't care about when we play minions. And you know, life obviously would be a good addition, but ultimately life just gives you more mana rack, right? So if you can pick up an Amulet even with mana rack, which I don't even have, that would be even better. But in general, this slot doesn't really cost all that much. Pretty cool. With the pro style inventory sorting. Oh yeah, and I found 2 unique maps on my atlas. I have to do them. Should not forget about that. Maybe I should do that now. Where was the unique maps on my atlas? Somewhere towards the left. No, not to the left. Then it was to the right, probably. Ah, here they are. So I think this one I didn't. I'm not sure about the Untainted Paradise. I might have done this. But yeah, so... Wait, what is... powers? Did I use them? Still empty. Let's fill this. So let's go for breach. Rarity. Quantity of breach splinters. Useless, useless, useless. Additional breach. This is good. Oh, this is... Wow, this is probably like a god tablet. It's probably worth a lot of juice. 50x. Just gonna keep this. I'm not gonna run this. Then let's do ritual. Damn it. I don't have a ritual lab. What? Come on. No ritual? Buy some ritual tablets. So that's 16. Prices is 2 exalts. Wow. So the price of ritual tablets gone up significantly, I guess. You stay with your build? No. I already said Crip's build is not as good as mine. I'm just gonna objectively say that. It's just not as good. Like, there's many mistakes in this build. I cannot by all the love, I just cannot say anything else. It's just not as good as mine. It's just not. Irradiated. Do we have anything useful? No, it's not irony. That build is straight up not good. There's lots of mistakes in this build, just objective mistakes. Like, you know, using the shock mages, which will never shock anything. Using speed on the ice mages, which literally do not do any damage with their regular cast. So really, objectively, this build is not even remotely on the level mine is. And I'm just saying this straight out. That it's just not. He has been playing that build for 1 day. I have been playing that build for like 7 days. So really, it's just not as good. Mine might, you know, he might have lower gear and everything. It's just, you know, it's just a different story. But it's just really not even remotely close to mine. There's just lots of random stuff in there which makes no sense. Lots of gem wastings, lots of minions wasted. It's just really not. I mean, you can play whatever you like. I'm just gonna literally say that he has started playing this build 1 or 2 days ago. And he is not even remotely at my level of gear and everything. So it's just objectively not as good. Sometimes you just have to, you know, just sometimes you just have to say it. And it has nothing to do with hating or anything. Like, everybody can make any build. It's absolutely not hate, not blaming, not anything, right? Everybody has his audience. You can make a build for your audience. Your audience will watch your video. They will watch your build. That's absolutely no problem. As long as you don't say this is the best build, right? You can do whatever the hell you want. Okay, whatever. This guy is just... But there's just some stuff I just tested out. Like, for example, this shock mage is the best example, right? So I literally went in because other people were telling me, why don't you add a single frost mage? This guy does it, this guy does this, and that guy does it, right? And and then I was just, I was like, yeah, nice. So if it can shock, and I just need a simple single shock mage, right? It will be very, very nice. But so I immediately was thinking it can't be the case, because shock requires you to do a certain amount of damage to overcome the shock threshold. And one single shock mage will not do any kind of damage. It will just not shock any bosses. It will not shock any rares. And, I tested it on 3 bosses straight. So I was like, okay, let's put the shock mage on a boss with the 100% more chance to shock and the, lightning penetration. And, I let the fight run for a minute, and the boss didn't get a single shock within 1 minute. And same with rare mobs. Like, rare mobs will not get shocked by a single shock mage. It's just not going to happen. Right? So if you have 10 shock mages, then probably there will. But, one single shock mage will not shock anything but a white mob. Same goes for the Pain Offering, right? So on Pain Offering, would say that Ablation doesn't work, but that's just not true. It just works. And the other one, there's a second support gem. So there's 2 support gems which increase the effectiveness of Pain Offering. So why wouldn't you use both? I mean, yes, the other one sacrifices a second minion. Like, who cares? I have 10 Frost Mages, so it will sacrifice one of them. Good enough. Yeah, correct. You would play different minions, but, he was only running like 5 Frost Mages or something like that. So you couldn't even spam, right? So the only way I can spam this is because I need 9 or more Frost Mages. Even right now with my current cast speed, I can need exactly 10 Frost Mages to spam. And yes, of course, I could use the Commandment gem, which then would my Frost Mages not do any, regular damage anymore. And then I could go down to 5 Frost Mages, and then effectively add dummy minions to put the Master Support to give them a little bit more damage. But what you need to take into account is, first of all, when I put the Commandment gem, it increases the cost significantly. And cost becomes a problem. If you have level 29 Frost Mage, the mana cost is a huge issue. I spend like most of my gear to fix mana. Like, I have to put basically mana regeneration on every single gear piece. I have to spend my Anoint on 15% reduced mana just so I can spam. So it's really, you cannot just blindly increase the cost of your command, because you're not going to be able to spam it anymore. And if you don't spam it, you will not do any damage. So a lot of research actually went into this, and there's a lot of things which you have to take into account to get like the mana regeneration to be able to spam it at this kind of a level. And then also, if you want to really play Commandment, so you can maybe get like a 40 to 45% buff with the Master Support, you also have to account the Commandment gem also removes the support gem slot, which you could use for another support gem, right? So in the end, if I had, let's say I had a God Scepter, right? So let's say I had a God Scepter with 180 Spirit, and maybe I would put up a Ventor's Gamble to just get even more Spirit, or I had a God Amulet with +3 Minion and Spirit, and I would have, now I could add like 3 or 4 more minions, right? With like dummy minions for Master Support. Yes, that will be better in the end, but that requires godlike gear. I mean, not godlike. I mean, like I can get amulets with 30 to 40 Spirit and a +3 minion. I can get decent ones. They don't even have remotely the stats my other ones have. I can get them by this point. I haven't seen a godlike scepter yet, which I would even consider, which has very high spirit. But even if I would do that, right? So yes, I could remove the area of effect gem, which is okay, right? If you don't want to do mapping, you don't really need the area of effect. So for boss fights, I could remove the area of effect gem to slot in like another, probably like 30% damage or so. So I could easily do this at any point. But right now I don't need the overkill damage in maps. Like, maps are fairly easy. And since I don't see a reason in playing high delirious maps, I don't really need the overkill damage in mapping. Like, I pretty much can one-shot everything the way I'm doing it right now. So I don't need extra damage. I don't need to add like 100 more spirits through extremely good gear, and there's the crash again. So it's fine the way it is. If I do the boss killing setup, then I will add dummy minions and muster support, and then I will basically double my damage. There's a unique that can reduce mana cost. Yeah, I cannot use a shield slot, so this crash is so annoying. It has been in for like the past week. It just kicks you out and then you get right back into the map. It happens like quite frequently. What do you guys think about Storm Mages? I think Storm Mages are not as good. Honestly, I saw the build guide by Enemy Princess, who is claiming it's the best minion build. So I saw it. He was doing 2 million DPS on a boss. I do like 4 million DPS on a boss easily without even, you know, speccing into it. So I just think that's straight up wrong. But to be honest, it's a minion build where the minions actually do the damage automatically, right? So you don't have to spam ice bombs, you don't have to fix mana regeneration. So I think it has a much lower entry level, and I don't think it's a bad build, but it doesn't have the top end damage of this build, at least as far as I you know, checked it out. I want to check these builds. I want to do them after I'm done with this build. I want to see if I can, you know, I can use the same gear to make like a storm mage build, lightning mage or whatever it's called, shock mage. But I think this build is stronger. But just from my perspective right now, without having tried the other build, right? If I try the other build, I might change my opinion. Just from what I have seen, is that my build was performing way better than the build I saw, which was claimed to be the best build. Oh shit, I accidentally clicked this. But you know, I might... No, I don't even think I have better gear, to be honest. But you know, I didn't verify that. So I'm kind of struggling a little bit because I accidentally clicked this before, shit. Before putting my sigil and stuff like that. Is this unique? Looks pretty. The only thing which I would say is this build is a little bit slower because of the movement. That's really the only thing I don't like about this build is the movement, the command ability just having this extremely slow cast speed. And I don't really have any way to add more. I mean, I'm already very heavy invested into cast speed. And I don't really have any way to even stack more. I mean, I could stack some more at this point by having like god tier items. But I already have like rings with high cast speed. I already have them qualitied for speed. I have cast speed in my tree. I have cast speed on my amulet. I have cast speed on my focus. So, and I'm at a 0.6 second cast time at this point. So really the best thing I would probably get is the rower mount. So if I can somehow get 30 dex on all my items, which I think is not that difficult to actually get 30 dex on your ring slots. Then I could consider playing the mount. Yeah, this build is decent at bossing. I mean, I did all the tier 3 bosses. I mean, it's not a one-shot, right? So you have to fight for them. But it wasn't a huge deal, right? I have like enough energy shield to survive. I have enough damage. It wasn't really a big issue to do them. But definitely nothing in the one-shot boss, whatever killer department here. But if I make... yeah, I know, you can get the casting speed on low HP, but I really don't want to do low HP. First of all, I find it annoying. But I sometimes really drop to low HP. So sometimes my energy shield will drop, and I just don't want to lose this extra 2k effective hit pool. And it's really just a 20... Is it 20% node? I don't even know. I mean, it's a good node. It also but costs like 3 nodes to get there. There's a wheel down at the thing, which I think gives like roughly 20-25% or something like that. I didn't really make any big changes. I just, you know, changed some gear pieces. I actually removed energy shield from the build, and I mean, I'm at 9.3k now. I already spec'd back some energy shield from 3 into minion damage. Yeah, I mean, it's a good node, but I really don't want to go for low life. Is he coming? Oh, nice.
It's about time.
You have the right support, yeah. So what I did is I spec'd away from this route again because I really didn't need the energy shield, so I just put the 32% minion damage back in here. And I removed this one little node here. It just gives like 280 energy shield or something like that. So I removed this one and got back into this skill effect duration one. Besides that, I didn't change anything in the tree. And I did that because I picked up this amulet. I found out that it's fairly easy to get energy shield on amulets. And I'm working on getting 4 out of 4 stats jewels, which are rough to get. But I want to basically get mana regeneration, energy shield, minion damage, and minion crit on every jewel. I mean, I have it on 3 out of 4 jewels right now. I'm looking for a 4th one. And I think I would need like a level... I mean, I could probably... If I get more mana regeneration on my gear, I could change my Anoint to Endless Blizzard. And then I could possibly pick up another jewel slot. So there's really some min-maxing still, which you can do. But we're getting close to the end. And obviously there's unique jewels, right? So if I can pick up, you know, Prison of Belief with Frost Mages and stuff like that. Well, this ritual is rough, actually. It has like so many of the Chaos projectiles here. I want to see Shock Mages clearing this. I'm not gonna say that they won't, but I think they won't. La, 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 la. I think this is, by the way, I don't know which one. I think keeping this Omen in your inventory is probably not even a bad idea. Bunch of crap. What is this? Junk. This still has a breach. What's the best price checker overlay? I'm using, what is it called? Exiled Exchange. It's not updated. I mean, maybe it has an update by now. I didn't check it, but... What shield? I don't think it is, honestly. Nobody buys shields.
I need
can check it again. So I really think Breach is still by far the best. Even though it has been nerfed a little bit, and this build is obviously not perfect for Breach because it moves relatively slow. But I'm getting like great results out of Breaches. Especially if I can find Breach rings. So wait, let's look at the shield again. You're saying... Wait, this... I probably clicked the shield away anyway, right? So you say a shield with 50% block chance is worth shit? Like, it's worth something? No, this build will never one-shot bosses. Bosses cannot be one-shot anymore, I would assume. And unless... I don't think there's any one-shot boss tech existing right now. Wait, I wanted to put this in my inventory. I think I never sold any shield since I'm playing this game at all. Like, whenever I put a shield on sale, I never ever sold one. I don't know, I don't think people are buying shields. At least I could never get rid of any. Critical chance or critical damage better for minions? Most likely it's critical chance, to be honest. Both will be good, but most likely critical chance is going to be a little better in most situations. Depending, obviously, if you have an Omen Scepter, it might be pretty much the same. We just need random maps. Any low budget build? No. Honestly, I have the trade links for low budget in this build guide, so you can play this with low budget, no problem. Again, I have been playing this build since level 20. I think you can still play this easily with paying like not more than 1 or 2. I mean, I don't know if people still sell stuff for 1 exalt. But you can absolutely build this low budget, no problem. I could probably build this for like less than 1 divine to be easily capable of clearing tier 15 maps. What I really don't like about the new patch is that all these league mechanics are just slowing you down on progressing through the Atlas. That's really the biggest part I don't like about it. It takes so long to get all your Atlas points. Why did it just turn dark? I'm scared. Oh, I'm dying, I'm dying. Haha! The omen is nice. Well, this is actually very overpowered with this build. I never thought about this omen, which is like 1x. So since this build has such a high amount of energy shield, and obviously if you get one shot, it wouldn't help. But as soon as you get low life, it will regenerate your entire energy shield. So that can really help you from like very dicey situations. I mean, it just completely saved me there. Because I was like extremely overextending, to be honest. So I guess that's something to consider, to just keep that that low life fully heal whatever omen. That's pretty cool. Breach is relatively rough as a mechanic. Because you have to basically speed. And this build is not technically the best for just speeding, right? You wanna be stationary ideally with this build, or, you know, not be completely stationary, but you don't wanna, you know, run like a maniac and try to like bomb everything. Like stuff like this ritual, for example, this build is very good for, because your minions are rather stationary. They can stay within the, you know, in your buff range. And you won't lose them. They will tank for you partially. They still do like a decent amount of damage by themselves. More divine amulet. My old amulet. Haha. That's funny because I bought my new one for 3 and I'm now selling my old one for 4. And I think my new one is better than my old one, to be honest. But yeah, so let me just get this omen again. What was it called? Refreshment? No, not refreshment. I like this omen. This is gonna be my new oh shit omen. This one here, resurgence. Another reason why you don't want to play a low life build. You couldn't use this omen in a low life build. Oh, I want to get this Spectre, actually. Maybe I need it at some point. This is like a huge bug, which is like, you know, summoning all these small little wasps or something like that. They might be good to like tank in any kind of, you know, scenario where, you know, if I can switch to Infernalist and, you know, pull out a lot of spirit, I might be making like a fun build or a Spectre build or something like that. Oh, I have a second breach. That's nice that this mechanic basically, right, shows you, okay, there's another breach. So you know when you have a second breach or a third one or whatever. See, like, this spawns like all these little small These remind me of the ones from Diablo 2, you know, in Diablo 2 way of the spire, which, you know, spawns like this little
Now.
flies or whatever they are.
Too soon.
Stupid tornado. I hate the tornado so much. So what, you say a shield with higher block chance is worth anything? Like, nobody would ever wear this shield here, right? Like, it's complete shit. So what does a shield have to have so it's worth something on top of block chance? So what is a good base? Like high armor and energy shield? This is not a bad base. But it cannot get any more energy shield. Oh, I have a scepter. Oh, +4. Spirit? No, it's not. I don't need anything of this. What? No, I can't pull it. I don't know. So I think, you know, a lot of stuff is listed for so I have so many items in sale, which is technically like 1 or 2 diffs, but just nobody ever buys them. What's going on? Where's my mages? There we go.
Obey me.
So I really think Breach is still by far the best. You know, maybe Ritual technically is better from a reward ratio. But I haven't gotten like anything worthful out of Ritual in like a long time. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I just could never sell a shield. So I usually don't really look at them unless unless I get like a really good one which has like, you know, 120 res and like high armor and shit like that, so I can like directly identify, you know, this might probably be a good shield. And even that just, you know, sells for like, you know, 10 or 20 exalts then in the end. You're welcome, man. Glad you like it. There's still another breach. Wow, this is the jackpot breach map. mean, I think using a shield wouldn't be all that bad in this build as well. I mean, I could get, you know, 45 spirit or something like that out of this shield. And, you know, I think block is, you know, it's nothing bad. I mean, I don't think I have too much issues with survivability. Unless I, you know, if I add, like, Delirium to maps. But I really don't see the reward ratio right now to do that. Maybe if I can do Simulacrum so I can get double splinters, then maybe I will add Delirium again. Okay, wow, there's 2 more breaches. So this is a 5 breach map, I guess. Or maybe it's just one randomly and a second one from this thing. I think this is the second one. No, this is the 3rd breach. So there's a 4th one. So I guess there should be a 5th one, right? Chapter, not good. Well, this guy behind me is angry. Shooting me with, like, ice splinters. But yeah, breach density is so much lower than before. No! Okay, so it has had four breaches, the map. Hello, leave me alone, boys. So yeah, breach can get like a little swarmy at times. If you dive too deep without your minions following you. But I don't know. I mean, do you think this will work with frost mages? What is it called? The other mages? Storm mages? Single target damage for bossing is fine, to be honest. I don't see anything to solve there. I really don't think this build has bad single target damage. I mean, I was able to do all the bosses on tier 3. I could have done them on tier 4 if I needed to, but I don't really have any, any need to do them on tier 4 right now because they only drop shit I'm not interested in. Well, the only thing I didn't do was yet this Arbiter. But I mean, I will make a single target version for this, but I technically don't like a build which is only good for single target. Because then whenever, you wanna do something else, you have to respec. Or like get another character. But I will make a version for this which is just for boss killing, which will probably have roughly 4 times the damage on bosses. So it will be able to probably kill tier 4 bosses within like 20 to 30 seconds. My assumption. Now, I mean, I kill tier 0 in like 5 seconds. I mean, you most likely don't have the gear or the damage. But your first like tier 0 kills are meant to be hard, right? So now I can't do Simulacrum. I mean, I might. Then you're doing something completely wrong. So if you look at my build guide, I was at like 36k when I killed those bosses, and they literally took like 15 seconds. So I don't know what you're doing wrong, but you're doing something wrong. Probably you don't have enough mages, or you don't have enough mana, or you don't have any cast speed. Simulacrum is just extremely rough. So Simulacrum is probably 5 times the difficulty of any boss. The last time I did it, I failed. I think by now I can probably do it. But I think for Simulacrum you want to have a curse with curse ground. Because as soon as you reach like towards like the 100% Simulacrum, it gets really, really rough. And I think if you have a curse ground with a huge area of effect and long duration, that could fix it. I mean, I think by now I could retry tier 1 Simulacrum at tier 0 and I would probably beat it. The build on my site is trash mostly. I don't know what you're talking about. The build on my site is completely up and updated. And there's absolutely no trash in there. So please don't say stuff like that. Thanks. There's everything in there. There's parts of building in there. There is all my gear in there. So everything is there. No, there's no trash item. There's exactly my gear is in there. It's not trash. Just don't say that. It's not true. I hate if people say stuff which is just simply not true. Just don't. So it doesn't make any sense. If you have 9 mages, 0.6 cast speed, and 53 damage, you're doing exactly the same damage than I do. And I mean, look, I have my, I have all the bosses killed on tier 3. I have 8 of 8, 8 of 8, 8 of 8. Again, Simulacrum I didn't do yet. I have my map bosses, so I cleared tier 18 map bosses. Absolutely, everything is absolutely no problem. So I cannot even tell you what you're doing wrong, but if you have my numbers, you must be doing something completely wrong if you can't kill these bosses. The tier 0 bosses are extremely easy. So it doesn't make any sense. Maybe you're playing like different support gems or something like that. I don't know. You must be playing something completely wrong if you cannot deal with tier 0 bosses. Are you running out of mana? Well, it doesn't make any sense. Sorry, but... So, I cannot tell you what's wrong, but... It doesn't make any sense. Like, map bosses die in like 5 seconds with this. It just doesn't make any sense. No, the links don't suck. Just... So, go on my video, and there's a section, and it says how to use my trade links. Go on the last video I posted, check the section at the end, how to use trade links. You have to sort them by weighted sums. It's important, so just check that. Damn it, I forgot to, wait, so now. So see, like, this is just a random boss. Like, there's absolutely no problem killing these. So I have no clue how you... No, I'm not gonna look at your POB. It doesn't make any sense. If you build like I built, you have to kill these bosses. I cannot even look at that. I'm sorry. It just doesn't make any sense. Wait, is it done? The map done? No. Do you what level do you have on mages? So they cost less spirit at certain breakpoints. Like every 4 or 5 levels, they cost less spirit. What is this weird map, by the way? But it just doesn't make any sense if you can't kill bosses with this. And you're saying you have more 2-tip damage than I, basically. It just not really makes sense. Because there's really not much you can do wrong. Just throw your Sigil of Power, you put Frost Bomb and Curse on the boss, and you nuke it down. I don't know, there's not much you can do wrong. Obviously, if you don't curse it and if you don't put Frost Bomb with exposure, then you're just gonna do half the damage. But even without, you will be able to kill it. I don't know. So there's no way you deal no damage to bosses. It's just not possible. I mean, it's just a fact that you will deal damage to bosses. Yeah, if you have mana problems, don't even play. So you have to fix your mana problems. That's important. If you can't spam, you're gonna have issues. So you don't want to blindly push your levels on your skeleton mages, because it's gonna increase the mana cost significantly. $4 million map boss in 2 minutes? What? If you do 4 million DPS, a map boss takes roughly 10 seconds. It just doesn't make any sense what you're saying. I'm sorry. I mean, 4 million DPS is more than I do on a boss. And my bosses die in seconds, so... I cannot really... What do I have to do at this stupid map? Used to... Oh, shit. Should I just use to excavate buried treasure? Where would be the buried treasure, though? Did anybody know how this map works? Well, you fix mana problems, just put as much mana regeneration on your items as possible, right? I mean, I explained it all in the guides on which item you want to have mana regeneration. I have no clue what to do. What am I doing? Okay. What I just... I have no clue, man. Well, apparently it worked. What was the point of that? Couldn't the boss just drop the points? Okay, what can we get? Pack size, pack size. Like, all this bullshit on top is not useful anymore. I don't need waystones. Wand. Maybe essence is good. Double corruption of essences. Increased essences. I don't know. I think all these modifiers are bad. Like with the, effect of tablets. I think they are not good because tablets are just not good anymore. I don't know. I mean, who cares about money anyway? I think I did Untainted Paradise already, but I'm not sure. Oh, there's this. Oh, wait a sec. We might have a candidate here. Attack speed, crit. No, crit damage bonus. Nah. Don't want. No, 0.6 is great. I have 0.6 as well. So my cast speed is 0.6. Yeah, so if you want to top up your health, you have to unspec, right? You have to go here and you have to unspec this eternal life. Then you go to the thing, and then if you spec it again, oh yeah, I guess you can stand in burning ground if you find some. But you can unspec it, use the well, and spec it again, which is extremely annoying. But that's a way to fix it. Mask of Stitch Demon? What does it do? No, you cannot life tap. Life tap is not usable with Eternal Life. So fixed mana is, first of all, if you have mana issues, right? First thing you do is you take out bidding support, right? First fix is take out bidding. Just put anything else. Put muster or something like that. Put cold mastery. You can put anything. Put out bidding. As you can see right now, mine costs 387. I take out bidding. It costs 298. So easy fix. Take out bidding support and replace it with something else. That's one good thing to fix your mana. Second one, anoint mental toughness. Mental toughness reduces your mana regeneration by reduces mana cost by 15%. That's a second fix to mana. Third fix to mana is get this one here, Arcane Blossom. It's really strong. And also take these nodes. Here's a mana node. If you struggle, take this node here, Etherflow. Gives 50% rec while moving. Put mana rec on your rings, mana rec on your ring, mana rec on your ring, mana rec on your focus. It's nice if you can get mana rec on your scepter, but it's not a requirement. You can also have mana rec on your amulet. Next thing, you have 10 spare spirit. Use clarity support on your, aura or whatever you want to use it. So there's lots and lots of fixes. Also get more maximum life. Maximum life is your mana regeneration in this build, so if you're running around with 1k maximum life, your mana regeneration is dog shit. Try to get like 2k maximum life, so your mana regeneration gets better. Maximum mana does not increase your mana regeneration in this build. So what increases your mana regeneration, your base mana regeneration, is maximum life. Yeah, Convalescence should be on weapon set too. Wait, there's a wisp? Didn't we see it? Let's follow the wisp so we can drop absolutely nothing. How is that helmet called? I have to check it. But it's probably not even a better fix than mine, because, you know, going to your stash, grabbing a helmet, putting it on and off is probably more work than just respecking and clicking the well. Imagine if you would play like on a widescreen monitor, you could see so much farther and drop your bombs like even more in advance. Yeah, but I'm not gonna carry the helm with me. Like, you have already no inventory space, so I'm not gonna block my inventory with like a random helmet just to restore my health like once every 10 maps if I drop like below, if I drop like, you know, healths. Usually I don't even drop healths anyway. So, but, you know, very rare case it happens, I just, you know, respec. Which, you know, it doesn't take very long, to be honest. Oh, wait, critical damage. Oh. 1 second here. What do we have here? 102 damage, crit damage bonus plus 4. Nah, that's not good enough. Go away. I'm looking for the God Scepter. I mean, at some point I will just have so many freaking divines that I'm just gonna buy like the badass scepter I can find on the market. That's probably what I'm just gonna do at some point, because I'm sick of, you know, waiting for somebody to post a decent scepter. Wait, I'm missing one ritual for strange reason. One second. Well, this is just one divine? Okay, this is fail. Oh, this is the same one coming... No, this is a different one? Wait, what? 163? I buy this. He sells it to me. Nah, this is probably gonna come back at like 5 to 6 divines. For one divine, I would take it. Slightly better than mine. How many minions do you have on muster? Yeah, Storm Mage does nothing. No. Just remove Storm Mage. It just doesn't work. Just look at it for real. It does nothing. It cannot shock a boss. It cannot shock a rare. It really can shock white and blue mobs if you're lucky. So there's one Spectre, by the way, which only costs 10. It's like a clay soldier from Act 2. It only costs like 10 spirit. But yeah, forget the shock mage, to be honest. Do yourself a favor, just remove the shock mage. It does literally nothing. No, there's no... Oh, you mean they fixed the 10 spirit scepter? Spectre? Okay. Yeah, Terracotta Warrior, that was it. No, Simulacrum right now, I think nobody can do Simulacrum, to be honest. I mean, maybe somebody can do Simulacrum, but Simulacrum is... No, it doesn't. I tried it. It doesn't shock bosses. I tried it on 3 bosses. I couldn't get a single shock off on any boss with that thing. It just doesn't work. You might be thinking it worked, but it doesn't. It cannot... if you think about it, the way that shock works is you have to, you know, deal a certain amount of damage to get over the shock threshold of the boss, which is based on the boss maximum life. And the shock mage does like 5k damage per hit. It's like literally doing no damage. And it's not shocking bosses. So just check it again. Look at the boss and really check it again if it really shocks. Just verify that debuff on the boss. It just doesn't. The only thing which can shock is the shock ground from it, which I don't think you can even get it. I can show you again on the next boss. It doesn't shock. I don't think Storm Mages are good. Ah. I'm gonna show it for you on the next boss that it just doesn't shock anything. This is decent. I'm gonna show you with the mage that it's not shocking. It's just again, it doesn't. What is called Storm Mage, and then you do conduction. What did you say? Overcharge? Didn't even use overcharge. What does overcharge even do? Isn't overcharge just Overcharge doesn't... Yeah, that's just magnitude. So I mean, I didn't use that because it reflects the shock back to me, but it doesn't increase the, chance to shock. So I don't think it does something, but we're gonna try it. I used lightning penetration, which should give more shock than overcharge. Just side note here. Can I get any decks, by the way? I think I cannot get decks. Oh, I can. So, but let's get overcharge since you say you want overcharge. Yeah, I think it reflects back to the mage. I mean, I assume at least. But anyway, it doesn't matter because it's not gonna shock, right? So, if it would reflect back to somebody, it's probably the minion, but it's not gonna shock. So, don't get excited on this one. It's not gonna do anything. Overcharge I did, and the other one was lightning penetration. Where's lightning penetration? Why can't I find lightning penetration? There it is. So wait, what did you say? Overcharge, right? Not even in the recommend ones. Overcharge. There's no overcharge. Why are you doing... Ah, here it is. So we do these 3. Right, I still need 1 more dex for this. Really annoying. No, I'm just showing you. I'm sick of, like, everybody is saying that this works. It's, like, so annoying. Like, really, it is annoying. Like, creators just put out, like, completely false information on this stupid shock mage, and it cannot shock shit. And that it's clear from the very beginning that it cannot shock anything, because that's the core mechanic of this game, how shock works. And it basically says you cannot shock a boss with a 5k hit minion. I think I don't need to do this map. I think I already did it. Anyway, so we're gonna stop at the rares, so you even will see that it cannot even shock rares. Oh yeah, it has these cold crabs. They are quite dangerous. This map has no boss though. Maybe this is not the best map for the showcase. Your minions shouldn't get one-shot by bosses, at least not by most bosses, and also you want to use the last breath so they live 4 seconds after being hit. But usually very little bosses can one-shot all your minions at once. There's like 1 or 2 map bosses which can do it. And, you know, the King of the Mist can, like, one-shot half of your minions, roughly, with the... Okay, let's wait for this one. See, no shock, no shock, no shock. Blue mob. No shock. Okay, there's another rare. Let's wait. No shock. Oh, it got shocked there. So, you know, sometimes, obviously, it works. But usually, see, this one wasn't shocked until now. Until the very end, he's dead. No shock on that mob. Second. Oh, there's the scepter I saw again. Back now for 7 diffs. It's even good for 7 diffs, to be honest. But no, it's not what I want. Yeah, the Chimera is a little bit annoying. But again, if you play Last Breath, it's not that bad. You can still get it done. It takes a little bit longer. But most bosses are very easy, and some bosses are a little bit annoying. But also, if you spec the proper health nodes on the tree, it's not gonna get one-shot by everything. Right, let's find another rare to test our Shock Mage. There's one rare, let's wait for it. There. Okay, let's wait for it to get shocked. No shock, no shock. This big one here. He's hitting it, you see, no shock. It's even a white mob, it doesn't even shock a white mob. See, he's hitting... Who's he hitting? Your white mob, blue mob. Oh, the blue mob he shocked. So, I mean, he sometimes shocks like blue and white mobs. But he definitely doesn't shock bosses, and he very, very rarely shocks rares. Let's keep it for now, though. I'm just gonna keep it until I hit a boss. I mean, I guess technically, you know, if you can afford that minion and if you run like a master support, you know, it's probably not the worst minion you can play. Because it has the potential to, you know, sometimes shock something. That's how I would phrase it. So there's a low potential that it will shock something. Yo, thanks, man. See, no shock, no shock, no shock, no shock. So I know a lot of people are saying that these things shock everything instantly, but they really just don't. By the way, I have a skill point. No, it's not horrible if you run Master. I mean, I don't run it right now. What do I do with my skill point? So for also you need like 3 decks. So sometimes it's not even so easy to get all this dexterity to run it, to be honest. We could go back into this Chaos Res node for minions now. Is there anything I can possibly get which gives me any bonus at this point? I could get back into the 15% revive here. I think that's probably the best thing I can get at this point. I mean, 0.73 is not bad, to be honest. I mean, you really can just get it on focus and on rings and skill tree. If you have enough mana regen, you can change the start skill tree to, you know, instead of mana regen, get cast speed. But besides that, amulet can have cast speed. I would focus on cast speed on the amulet if you can afford it. So the second weapon, you can bind skills to your second weapon and it will swap automatically when you use it. Right, there's another shock candidate. Okay, there's a rare. Let's see if you get shocked. No shock, no shock. Still working on it. No shock, no shock, no shock whatsoever. So really, in reality, you know, there's a slight chance it's gonna shock a rare. And I don't think it can ever shock a boss. He's posting the same scepter all over again. I might buy it at some point. I mean, his is better than mine, but it doesn't have mana regen. It has 169 spirit minus 157. That's not such a big difference. 400 mana regeneration is fine, but if you have high mana cost on your command, it's not gonna be enough. So you need roughly, I mean, it depends, right? Mine costs 387 mana at a minion level 29, and you need about 600 to spam. If yours costs less, for example, again, you can remove the command support. Which one it is? I forget how it's named. The bidding support. See, no shock. No shock. No shock. You can remove bidding support. That's gonna remove a lot of mana cost. I have 157 spirit or something like that on my weapon.
Another corpse to serve me.
This map gives great XP, by the way. Oh, another shock suspect. Let's see, no shock. No shock. Let's wait for the shock. Oh, there it is. See, like, it has a slight potential to sometimes shock a rare. Why is my total so low? Why is it low? I have 342. So I have spirit on my chest piece and spirit on my scepter. That's pretty normal, I guess. Do we need this tower? Nope. Alright, so we found everything. Let's go back to where we left off. Down here.
Yes.
Maybe I should change my query. How many diffs do I have to my name right now? I have 13 diffs. So let's change my search query here to allow a little bit more cost. So see, this is the scepter I'm looking at, which is, it's a pretty good deal for 6 divines, to be honest. It has 56 damage, it has 29, but it only has 3 minion skills, so I guess if I want to have a 3 minion skills, it really has to be godlike. Otherwise, it should be a 4 minion skills. And there's a lot in this range, but nothing really, which is, you know, I'm saying, like, you know what, I'm buying this scepter. So nothing yet. I'm still looking for something with, like, you know, 70% plus damage, 30% plus crit chance, and 150 spirit or something like that. Maybe I have to go into, like, the 20 divine range. I use 10 frost mages usually. Like 9 to 10 frost mages is great. If with 0.6 attack speed. If your attack speed is lower, you need a little less frost mages. Right now I'm running one less because I want to, you know, see the shock mage to shock a boss. But this map also has no boss.
Obey me.
I mean, in the end, I don't think it's bad to run this minion. I don't think it gives you a huge benefit, though, on the shock. I think most useful would be if it shocks, like, into a pack of blue mobs. You could also give it the shock spread thing, which I don't have on it right now. That maybe gives it the potential to shock a boss, by the way. If you make the shock spread with the support gem, then the shocks could potentially spread on a boss if the boss has minions. I guess the better way to shock would be to somehow get lightning damage. So, I mean, if I could get some lightning damage conversion, then we could obviously get shock. But I don't know how to get lightning damage on spell minions. Maybe there's a way to do that. But I'm not sure, actually. If there's any way to give minions lightning damage.
Now.
So breach rares are sometimes very angry. See, and now I'm missing my 10th frost mage. I cannot spam because of the shock mage. Where do all these mobs come from all of a sudden? Is Sunsplinter a viable option? What is Sunsplinter? I don't know that item. What does it do? How do you have 600 spirit? It sounds like you invested into spirit in an unhealthy way, and it's probably not good, to be honest. It's probably cold spell gems. If you check it, does it say cold spell gems? Or does it say cold gems? It should say cold spell gems. Does it say cold skills or cold spell? Wait. Are you sure? Sun Splinter. That's actually not bad if you had 100 decks, to be honest. You will not be able to cast with level 33 Frost Mages. I haven't looked at this yet. This might be decent. Can get +4. I mean, so here's the thing, right? I mean, it could probably work, but it will add a significant amount of mana cost. Yeah, but you don't want to use a soul core to fix attributes. So if you want to run this, you just have to run 30 plus decks on your rings. That's really the way you would run this. No, because I think there's better soul cores to use, to be honest. You would just put it on your rings. But anyway, so it might be good for bossing setup, but you will lose a lot of survivability and you will lose a lot of cast speed. And you will add a substantial amount to your mana cost. But, you know, it might be interesting. But, you know, on the other hand, there's what's this this other thing called? This, like, club or something like that. There's, I always forget the name. There's, like, a weapon which gives minion skill levels. And you can socket spirit into it. My internet is dying. Gonna stop my Twitch.
Go on.
I mean, if I add +4 in this slot, right? I mean, just, you know, imagine I would take this off now. I will go down to 7k energy shield. I mean, that's manageable, to be honest. I would lose cast speed and mana regeneration, which is an issue. So at this point I couldn't afford the mana cost. So we could probably put an inspiration gem in. But I think the +4 skill levels, if you get a +4 one, right, a corrupted one, I think the +4 skill levels will not outclass a support gem. Maybe they will slightly outclass a support gem. I have 9.3k energy shield. But you know, it's something to consider for a boss killing variant where I can you know, kind of try to like cheese mana cost in some way. I mean, +4 frost skills is interesting, but the shield doesn't have any stats beside that. I should really carry Val Orbs for these essences. I will maybe buy a +3 shield for cheap and see if I can get it work. I think the +3 will not be very expensive. But yeah, I don't have the decks. Wait, this map is done, right?
Yes.
Right, I need a 6-mod map. Let's remove this shock mage, by the way. Well, actually, I'm gonna just keep it just for the style. We have a 6-mod map. This has 6 mods. Has beefy mobs, but that's okay, actually. I don't care about beefy mobs so much. But it might be interesting to get a shield. Maybe that's something I'm gonna try later on. I would have to buy some really strong rings which give me dexterity. So the bonus I see there is if I can get 100 dex, you know what? I can just also get 140 dex and buy the rower. Maybe the rower also has like a lower reservation thing. Oh, wait. Huh. 122. I mean, it's good. But it's not what I'm looking for. I don't want mana. Mana is useless. Oh yeah, I wanted to give the shock mage the shock spreading gem. But probably, you know what, the better investment is probably getting, trying to... I mean, I couldn't find a Prism of Belief yet, to be honest. With Frost Mage skills. Or somebody just posted a God gem. Wait, oh, 1 second. 5%. This I want. This. Not perfect, but I still want it. We want to have swords for divine. This is a good deal for 50x. It only has 5% damage. But it's one of my 4-mod jewels. Obviously, I'm not gonna divine this. But I think I still can use this somewhere. So this is... I have a 4-mod somewhere. Yeah, so this has 15. So this has no minion damage at all. It has 16, 15, 15. And this has 19, 11, 18. So this is much better. Effect of Wizard is pretty much useless. And this one here we can sell for, let's just put it for 2 diff here. So I highly recommend doing live searches for the stuff you really need. Like it takes like, you know, sometimes like 1 or 2 days until you get the stuff you want. But you know, eventually you will get it. Especially like, so a 4-mod jewel for minion build is not super popular, right? I mean, minion builds are not the most played builds. And in general, I don't think people understand how important minion crit chance is. So they don't really value it very high. Mana regeneration and maximum energy shield is also not valued extremely high. But it's really good stats to pick up. Yeah, there is a PoB link. If you type !build, you click on the Mobalytics and it has the PoB code in and the PoE ninja link as well. So yeah, the shock mage really doesn't shock. So I just triple verified again that it's just not doing it. But I want to wait until there's a boss. I think if I give it the jewel that it can spread the shock, it might be much better. Because if a rare is next to like a white mob and it shocks the white mob, then the shock can spread to the rare. I guess that's the only way it can possibly, you know, reliably shock anything. If you could even give it like chain or something like that. The haunted guy just dropped absolutely nothing? Yeah, right. Oh no, the wisp is still there. Okay, that's weird. Oh, this is like a double wisp. I feel like. What is happening? I think the wisp just disappeared.
Obey me.
Yeah, I think the wisp just disappeared for whatever reason. This wisp mechanic is the greatest bullshit in this game, really. It's just completely irrelevant. I should even probably just start ignoring them completely at this point. Alright, what do we want in the tower? Oh nice, we found another corruption. That's good. What is this? Bar found. No unique maps. No citadels. I have a citadel somewhere, but I still need two. So we want breach, ritual, and why doesn't it say plus monster level on the bosses, by the way? I guess we want breach and ritual. But I think I don't have a ritual tablet yet. Left. Yep. Ritual tablets are just so stupidly rare. Here we have Shavana and Diablo. Shavana and Diablo. Where are you, my friends? Why are they even not there? Huh? Why do I not see them in a whisper? It's strange. Well, anyway, I got one. What's the most important piece of gear? Oh, there's I hate that you don't see like kind of a log of trade requests or party invites, because you know it's hard to trade like for these different kind of gears. What do it? So my tooltip is my ice bomb. Well, it's I have 48k tooltip. Ignore DPS. DPS is irrelevant. Reach. So breach, ritual, and most important piece of gear is probably the scepter, the amulet, and the helmet. Everything which gives plus minion skills. That's really the important stuff you're looking at. I think I never played this map. I think I played this once. Oh yeah, wait, I wanted to put a shock mage. Oh, see, he shocked the rare. Big shock there. Let's just give this another slot. I mean, you could probably just... Oh, I have a greater Julas. That's good. So I wanted to give it this node which spreads the shock. You can use the... Is it spread now? Shock. Causing currents. That's probably the one I want to use. So now we can technically... I mean, I could probably even get a second one to try to get more shock. But I would need a little bit more spirit. But you know, this way he could at least... By the way, does it count for minion AoE? It's at 2.5 meters, right? I think it says it anywhere. But I mean, since it chains, right? So the arc chains, and now we have area of effect shock, basically. So this should potentially do a little bit more than nothing. I still think it's not gonna shock a boss, but I think it's gonna be a little bit useful, at least on a map, because it will at least shock something once in a while, I guess.
Knock, knock.
This map is horrible for breach and also for ritual.
Now.
Also about the towers, it's weird that all the towers always have like at least 50% more areas affected by like the league mechanics. So really you can pretty much put 3 mechanics on every map if you really want to. I think you could, for example, if you want to really play like late game breach, you could, for example, just run only breach tablets with, you know, chance of more breaches or breach density. And you could probably get pretty insane breaches. Yeah, Malice works with everything which is a hit. So Malice works with Ice Bomb, yes. This map is like annoying. Also very large. I miss my... Honestly, I miss my tense Frost Mage. There's really... I cannot spam 100%. Like, when I... There's like always like this 1 second downtime I have because I miss my tense mage. I haven't seen anything good in forever. Oh, look, it's the Wisp. Not even gonna follow it. Stupid. I really think Malice is the best Scepter you can get. I mean, Rattling Scepter will be okay if you use Muster support, and also you can, you know, sacrifice the skeletons instead of the cleric, but I really don't see that as a bonus at all. Like, you can just sacrifice a cleric, that's fine. It would really be just for Muster support. What is this switch doing? I really would like to have more cast speed. I wonder if there's any way to get a Khan Surge other than putting it on the minion. No, you cannot even. I think there's no way to get it. Right. Let's do this. 42 base spirit. We pick that up. Staying here. Double res, some evasion. Nah, that was stupid. I shouldn't have done this. If I reroll now and I find like something expensive. Anyhow, let's take the scepter. The random exalt.
Obey me.
This was a horrible map. I really did not enjoy it. Well, I guess it's over anyway. Right, let's go for the next. Is this a tower? No. This is just a random thing. Oh, this is the Nexus? Huh. Yes, whatever. I have so many scepter bases. I'm gonna make a funny crafting session once I'm done with everything. Too bad that there's no essence which can work on a scepter.
You are being controlled by greater forces.
Oh, it's the strong. This strongbox doesn't work. I guess now it works. It was bugged.
Now.
Just spawns a bunch of mobs. What does it? It's waves. I didn't read the text, to be honest. Any changes to the build? Not really, no. Oh, the strongbox is like not making jokes. It drops me a crossbow. Tier 0 unique.
I will dispel you. More mana.
What are all my minions doing? This is like Breach plus regular mobs plus Delirium.
I need more mana. Too soon.
I just got a nice amulet with a lot % ES on. That's pretty much, and I have one more jewel now with 20% ES. I actually removed some ES from gear even. I would be at roughly 10.5k if I would spec back to that, but I spec basically the beginning in the skill tree, I spec back to, what's it called, to minion damage. So I got this 30% minion damage back there.
More mana. None can oppose me.
I'm not running any rarity. Rarity doesn't really do anything anymore, I feel like. The drops are so little anyway. I wouldn't really go for rarity. Yeah, I'm using command on Frost Mage. That's the entire build, basically. No, no commandment support. Commandment support is very, very bad. Oh, there's just another good jewel. No. But not for 3 diffs. You really don't... I mean, I don't even use muster support, to be honest. I use more area of effect. I don't need extra damage. It's overkill at this point. But commandment is not a good support. It basically, first of all, it heavily increases the cost of the command. So at a certain level, you won't even be able to afford it anymore. It also takes the slot of a support gem, which would do actual damage. The only thing it would technically allow you is to run less Frost Mages. But since Frost Mages do decent damage without the command, I would not sacrifice their damage for the commandment gem. So I think it's a very, very bad choice, actually. Maybe for just bossing, you can use it, but not for map clear. Also, if you use command, you cannot use the copper support gems in your pain offering. Because the pain offering will most likely always sacrifice a frost mage. So if you use commandment and reduce the number of frost mages, you will probably offer a sacrifice of frost mage, which you would need. Nice. Audience. So don't get me like the mages do decent damage outside of command. Command does significantly more damage and has AoE, but they still do damage by themselves, and it's not little damage. They do decent damage. Especially, you know, they kill all the white mobs, because otherwise they have like white mobs on their ass all the time if you don't have them any damage. For 3 amulet. Check your mana cost. You might not be able to afford it. But you know, I'm thinking about trying that +4 cold scale shield. and removing the bidding support for the master support, then I would technically probably end up at a decent mana cost still. And I would get +4 skills from the amulet. From the buckler. I think that's something I will look into at some point, maybe tomorrow. Because I will need certain rings to get 100 decks. Eternal use works, yes. Why wouldn't it work?
Now. Death is my power to wield.
The one minion is the shock mage, which I'm trying right now. How did I still not find 2 rituals? Yeah, so if you run the shield to get like, if you get 100 dexterity to run the shield, you might as well get 140 dex to run the rower. So that's something I would consider. Hold Mastery is relatively weak on the mage. It really just gives roughly like 10 to 12% more damage. Right, one more. Oh, there it is. Nice.
Obey me.
I hate the tornadoes. They are so annoying. Right, we have an audience. And a bunch of junk. I don't know why alchemies are so stupid expensive. Oh, my last waystone. Oh, Nexus needs format map. So let's make one. You can type exclamation mark build and you will see my gems. Type exclamation mark build. Like it's also written on the screen. On the bottom left. We have Breach and Ritual. Okay, I should really carry Val Orbs. Something I'm completely screwing up. Because I think there's a potential you can get anything interesting out of a Corrupted Essence. I think it can spawn a boss or something like that. I don't know if you can really get that in reality, but, you know. Just gonna carry these now forever and never put them away. I feel like Divine Orb drops actually not much less than before. Wait a second, check something. Critical damage bonus. I really like it that, you know, the currency drops much less. Like last season you would just get littered with Divine Orbs and stuff, not Divine Orb, but you would get littered with like Exalted Orbs and other stuff. You wouldn't even show Regal Orbs because they were worth so little and it would just inflate the economy. And I think I like it way better with this way, with much less currency drop, because, you know, the currency prices have been relatively stable, so a div has been at like roughly 60 exalts most of the time, like 50 to 60, and I really like a stable economy much more than hyper-inflated currency drops. So I think they did a good job on that, actually. Of course you can change the support if you want, try it out. I would not recommend it. On these easier maps you can do it. On boss fights I would not recommend it. On this map I could probably just change it. But, you know, as soon as you do harder mechanics, like if you do the Force Ritual, for example, you know, you get into situations where your minions die. So I would not remove it for overkill damage. Yeah. I mean, it was really bad last season. I feel like every mob would be dropping like 2 to 3 exalts. And you would have to pick them all up. It's like so many clicks. I like it much more if less stuff drops in general. Much more. But I think that the Divine Robbed ratio hasn't really changed. I think they just lowered the lower currencies, like the Exalts and Chaos and Alchemies. I think these have been significantly lowered. But I dropped a good amount of Divines, actually. I dropped like probably like 6 to 7 raw Divines already. Without any rarity. So I don't think... I think the Divine drops are in a good place, actually. Yeah, I mean, you're just unlucky, maybe. Or maybe I'm lucky. But it's always... Divine drops have always been RNG. No, I have no rarity. Rarity has been nerfed. It doesn't do so much anymore. And the rarity was good because all the stacking. But right now, you cannot really stack... cannot really juice rarity on maps and stuff like that anymore. Also, it was good with stacking quantity. But you cannot really stack quantity anymore. So, I feel like the... You know, the value of rarity is much, much lower now. I think speed is much more recommended. You know, I guess in a perfect world, if you know, have godlike gear, you can always pick up extra rarity. But right now I'm not focusing on it at all. I even remove it of most of my trade filters. Shrooms here. Damn, that was a mistake. I have no bombs for like 5 seconds. Oh, see, this one actually got shocked. Maybe I was just lucky. I saw the first Divine drops on like tier 3 maps. So I don't think the map tier matters.
Deep into the most dangerous area. Yes.
What? I didn't identify? Shit. It's gonna piss me off when I open the dumb tabs. I have 0.6 cast time and roughly 600 mana regeneration. I have 586 mana regeneration. And I have 0.6 cast time, I think. 0.6. So that pretty much works with... perfectly with 10 mages. With 9 it's okay, but it's not perfect. So yeah, I honestly think if you get godlike rings, and I mean, I think removing the focus for the +4 bolt skill buckler will probably be a significant damage improve. Yeah, this map really goes very smooth through maps once you fixed mana problems. This is like... I have to redo it. Like, especially like these kind of rituals, right? If you don't run last gasp... See, my minions are dead right now. I mean, this was lucky that it ended so fast, but if this would be a longer ritual, you would get into trouble without last gasp. So there's definitely situations... Yeah, 450 region is a little bit low. You can try to put you already put like mental, is it mental toughness? I never remember it. Yeah. So if you put mental toughness on your amulet, it helps. But if you really cannot run fluently, you have to remove the bidding support and put something else. I mean, I could probably at this point, since I'm running 3 minions right now, I could probably put the muster support instead of the bidding support. I will lose a little bit on the ice bomb, but I will win a little bit on the skeletons. And I will reduce my mana cost, so I could spec out of some more mana regen. Because I'm looking for a god tier scepter, but my scepter right now has 67% mana regeneration, so a god tier scepter will not have that. So that's probably what I'm gonna do. Just remove the bidding support because it increases the mana cost. I will have to do that anyway if I try the buckler. I have to be careful because... Does this even get ever? I think I'm just ignoring alchemies for now, to be honest. Because if I reroll now and my audience comes back, I will have an issue. So I rather pull stuff. Breach. I don't know, you can see it in the skill tree. I think it's greed, fear, and guild or something like that. No, greed, fear, envy, envy, fear, greed, something about that. If you go into your passive tree and you press Alt and hover over it, you will see the cost. It's mental toughness. Spells cost 15% less mana. Oh, this map is absolutely shit for Breach. Yeah, got a little bit swarmed there. Actually, I'm surprised I still found so much stuff here. I thought it would be pretty much over. I mean, it might be different though. You can check the skill tree. Press Alt, then you can see the cost. But that's a great thing to fix mana, because really the command gets extremely expensive. Alright, so where do we go next? That tower on the left, probably. I don't really care about the cleansed maps, to be honest. I mean, running cleansed maps gives good results, but, you know, I save these for later. I'm going basically from tower to search for more Nexi and stuff like that. Oh god, Maya. No, I don't want this. This is like the most horrible map. I think the Roar mount would really be nice. I think you just would have to pick some of the, you know, stun threshold energy shield nodes. I don't know exactly how it works with the mount and the dismounting. But if it's based out of stun threshold, you can just pick a couple of nodes in the tree who basically give you like infinite stun threshold based on your energy shield. No, I don't want Mana Ring on Scepter. It blocks suffix slot, which is important. Also, like, the prices of Scepters without Mana Regen are just much better. Well, if you have three minions or 2 minions. If you have 3 minions, yeah, it's a little bit... I mean, it's just tooltip. You also have to take into account your regular damage on the skeletons will get higher, so that's not included in the tooltip, right? So in the end, you're probably looking at pretty much the same damage if you have 21% on muster. I don't have Atlas Tree. Atlas Tree is irrelevant. I feel like Atlas Tree doesn't really matter at all in this iteration of the game. That the nodes are just so irrelevant. I just basically pick everything which is just quantity and rarity. So I really think the bidding support has to go, ultimately. If I can get that shield with +4 cold skills, that might be interesting. I will definitely check that like tomorrow or so, how it works. It shouldn't be a big deal to pick up 2 rings with like 30 decks each. That shouldn't be a big deal. And the rest decks I can just get from the tree. I think I have a +10 all attributes on my amulet anyway. Aha! I have a corrupted... just explodes. But yeah, since I'm not playing Delirium anymore on maps, it's just so much more relaxed. Delirium is very, very overtuned. Even just putting 3 guilds, which just adds 28% Delirium to the map, just makes it significantly more difficult. So I do not recommend running this at this stage of the game. I think they have to nerf Delirium a little bit. Where's this map? 6 mod map? I didn't read the patch notes, but I don't think there was nerfs to Delirium in there, right? I have no clue where this Rogue Exile is. I don't see them. They just randomly die. That's Scepter. I don't have any good deliriums anymore. This is the third altar. I'm not even at like 3k. Wait, did I do this? 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Upwelling works. What is upwelling? Yeah, it works. I mean, it works when you click it, right? So when you have it active, it works. So just for the time where it's active. So the, whatever, like 5 seconds it lasts. During that time, you have the buff. So it's something really minimal. But you know, if you can just use it because it's basically free. Same with clarity, right? You can put clarity on it if you have the extra spirit. You will always have the extra spirit, obviously. Oh, this was like the shortest breach ever. So I have Atlas points. When did I get this? Getting random quant notes here. So really, Atlas, I'm just picking everything which gives quant and rarity. I don't think these precursor ones are that strong anymore, since they basically now count for influence of towers and not tablets. So usually you will not have more than 1 or 2 towers in influence, so they really don't do a whole lot. I think same goes for the tablets. The tablets seem to have very irrelevant modifiers now. They're just much lower in general, so I don't see a whole reason to buff them. I think it's just much better to just buff the general nodes. I cannot get any good rituals anymore. 2.2k. Not gonna pull my audience with that. Whittling! And I cannot defer it. Holy shit. This game is such... I'm missing... Ah, come on. That's another 100 exalts down the drain. Because I'm missing like 10 to defer it. Holy shit. I should just stop pulling bullshit out of these. This is so annoying.
Yes.
You're welcome, bro. Glad you like it. Let's make some more waystones. Do we have anything good which we can run? Six mod. This is okay. This is a 5 mod, which is okay. This is okay. Also pretty much okay, so I even have to do new ones. Still have a good amount of maps I can run.
What is it?
What is this one here? All good map. Okay, the bug again. No, wait. Ah, I didn't finish the map. I didn't finish the map. God, I'm so mad. I lost this, like the second winning I lost. So mad.
Time is of the
Here we have everything in here. Except for Delirium.
Now!
Wow, this has forgotten miners. This is dangerous. So I have to make sure if I reroll, I have to reroll and have to have at least, let's say, 750 after rerolling. Otherwise I risk to fuck up the windlings. Yeah, you always get mana regeneration, there's nothing else good in there. And for the second one you get Chaos Res. Come on, into the essence. Oh, tier 3 Ratning Scepter. Damage, crit chance. I really have been trying to get a decent scepter for days now. I have it like really on all the time on my live search, and so many pop up which, you know, I just don't need. Really annoying. I have like a really high tier search in there, but it keeps being the same. It's funny, like over the day you see the same scepters again posted by different people. Good job. So how was King tier 3? Was it hard? It was pretty easy, right?
Obey me!
Just a lot of running around. Oh nice, maybe I can revive the expedition mobs with the ritual here. really still don't fully understand how ritual works. I just know it crashes now. I feel like it always crashes. A lot of the times it crashes in Expedition. Well, full crash this time. Yeah, but why do you want to do tier 4? Like, there's absolutely no point in doing tier 4. It doesn't have any relevant drops. I honestly don't know. I think I have the Omen and the what's it called? The Audience with the King. I think I have those two. But I'm really not experienced with ritual. So I think I have these, right? I have this one here, Audience with the King, and I have the rerollings thing, and I have the 4 altars. I think I should change this to deferring favors, because I think this is better than the 4 ritual altars, probably. Not sure. You want to have this one probably for the audience. But I'm not sure about this one here, actually. Rerolling costs 25 less. Reroll an additional time. I mean, I use that quite often. I'm not entirely sure which one is the best, to be honest. I don't know. I don't think this will do Arbiter tier 4, but no. Not sure. I hate Arbiter. I don't think you will... I mean, you will have to play the mechanics. You will not get him done before mechanics. Like, there's absolutely no way. But again, I don't see any reason in running tier 4 bosses at all. You just get like a slightly increased drop chance, but nothing above that. Why do I get so little favors? I used to have rituals where I had like 4 to 5k favors, and now I just only get like 2k. Not sure what changed. I don't think this is a good build for Arbiter tier 4, to be honest. But I don't think people will farm tier 4s. First of all, you only have 1 portal, so the risk of throwing your investment is high. I think farming tier 3s or tier 2s will be kind of the most efficient, I would assume. See, like this ritual, for example, without Last Gasp would be not possible. With like all the Forsaken Miners, they do like crazy amounts of damage. Yeah, there. What? Why did my thing not trigger? My Omen of Resurgence. That's so mean. I don't know, I just use any ritual tablet. Really, I don't care what's on there. Ritual tablets are very expensive and hard to get. So I really just use any. I don't think there's a lot of relevancy in what's on the tablets at all, because you will barely have like 1 or 2 towers juice it anyway, so it's very, very minimal effect. It's not like before, like you could use like 6 towers to now, you know, pick what you want to juice. I feel like there's not so much relevance. I usually used to like handpick all of my tablets, buy all of my tablets, but I'm not doing it anymore. I just, you know, grab the tablets I have and throw them in there, really. Where's the ritual which just killed me? I'm so mad that my omen didn't trigger. Something must have one-shot at me through like energy shield into and through low life. I don't even know what that was. Okay, here's the ritual. I don't even see... Like, there was literally nothing alive. I don't know what killed me. So I'm not even gonna be able to pull the audience because I'm just getting so little favors. Can't. Can't get through, everything is blocked. Why did I lose so much XP, by the way? I think it didn't trigger my omen as well. Maybe omens don't work in rituals. Is that possible? No, it triggered. I swear I was like at 50% XP when I died. Really strange. Who cares about the Storm Mage level? I have like 600 mana regen. Roughly. Huh.
I think not.
Yeah, have to find the last ritual. Oh, there's a boss on the map as well. I didn't see that. So I need a new
Hello there.
woman of... I don't know the name. This one here? No. 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 I don't have one? Should I have to buy one? That's annoying.
How can I help?
Wow, these get more expensive every day. I should stock up on these.
Yes.
Okay, so we go for the boss, and we have to find one more ritual, though. Probably somewhere... Well, shit. Since, you know, the map bugs out when you die, I don't really know where I am. Oh, nice. That was a lucky find. I think I'm not getting so much ritual because I'm not running delirious maps anymore. That's the only thing I changed, actually, since then my rituals suck. Maybe I have to go back into delirious maps. Because the rituals definitely revive the delirious monsters. This is a very, very rough delirium. I feel like it has lots of these chaos bolts. Yeah, I only have like 2.4k. I used to always have like 3 to 4k before, so I used to be able to pull like these audiences no problem. Okay, so we have to kill the boss, and obviously there's no checkpoint anywhere. So yeah, maybe I have to put Delirium on the maps again. Got Jewel posted. Already.
Too soon. Now. Don't run. We're just playing.
Where am I going? This tower. Wow, this map is completely empty. How is that even possible? We could run like a shit map on this. 50% monster res. 50% res, 76% life. That must be like the worst map possible. Yeah, this one. This is gonna be a very boring map. Even though it has a lot of crabs, which are just plain annoying. What is all this stuff from behind? Oh, 15 Divine Scepter. What? That's not even worth 5. What is wrong with these people? Keep in mind this map has like 50% more res. And I have one mob at the very bottom right, and I have no clue how to get to that. Just hope it's this way. You know what? I'm just gonna roll through here. There's no point in fighting out all these non-elites. The map without anything is just probably the most boring thing you can do. Right, so we have tower, so I need a 6 mod map. This has 6 mods, elemental resistance. Oh, this is an ugly map. This one looks easier. This has just 5. Oh, this is the annoying tower, right? The original one?
Curious construction.
Shit.
Give my power to you.
This tower is so horrible, I would wish they had just removed it. I think it's even worse than Maya from the layout. That was fast though. Oh, they changed it, right? The steps are gone. So I ended my delirium encounter, but it doesn't drop. Nice one. Can I get it to drop? Oh, whatever. Right, what do we do again? We do ritual. Oh, that's corruption. Nice. So we do... I guess we do ritual, bosses, and delirium. No, we do ritual, bosses, and breach. The 4 boss tablet. Have a 4 boss tablet anymore? What's that called? Overseer? There's one. So these maps are already rough. Adding delirium to them is really not the best idea. But you know, it would be pretty boring to always play the best idea, right? about this once. Okay, so shortest way to the Nexus is this. Or this is 5, this is 4. Valve Factory. One of the most annoying maps though. So these are much better. I want to play Valve Factory, I guess. Ah, whatever. Let's just go. I just exploded all my minions with one shot. I know why I hate this map. Everything does AoE in here. Then also you have the corruption, you have the delirium, you have the mobs which already are annoying, but I don't see this ending well. Yeah, 27% maps are really... So it kind of makes the maps like double that hard. So the scaling on delirium is really a little bit out of tune. But I think it's the reason for the rituals. If you have delirium, you get more ritual favors. Because the delirium mobs will revive in the ritual. So I think it's important. I'm also doing like 27%, I think. I'm doing like 3 times guild. But this is also corrupted as well. And Valve Factory. Probably the worst thing you can do. Everything can freeze you, stun you. Like everything shocks you, everything is lightning in this map. Absolutely horrible. I feel like all the little delirium mobs, they will basically revive in the ritual and give you more favors. Frozen. But they also make the ritual like significantly more difficult. God. Doesn't stop. I mean, what they did to corrupted maps, I think it's really a little bit overtuned. Like, just mobs never stop spawning, pretty much. So yeah, that's really it. I can see already all the delirium mobs are respawning. I already have like 700 after the first one. So if you want to do like ritual efficient, you have to put at least some delirium on the maps, I guess. This breach position. Like the most stupid breach position ever. Actually, it's not that bad. Just the map is freaking horrible.
Obey me.
It's gonna unleash hell here once like the corrupted stuff starts spawning. I get completely swamped. That was interesting though. Thing, nope. And the corrupted mob, they still keep spawning. Like, the fights just do never end. I have max resistance except for Chaos. Chaos I only have like 45%, I think. Yeah. Where's the loot? Eh? Filter bugged? Huh, let's port in and out. There it is again. So see, let's see how what this now goes, because this will be quite interesting. At least there's like a lot of open area. This should respawn like a shit ton of mobs. Actually, not that bad. But I mean, you can definitely say they made the corrupted maps more interesting. In case you're just getting swarmed like permanently and it never stops. It really... Oh, no, there's somebody who's reviving these here. Let's find the guy who does that. Probably this guy. What is happening here? Where is that rare which keeps reviving these guys? There's no rare on the map. They still revive? Yeah. So somewhere is a rare which is reviving these. I always get some weekend, sure. Oh, I think I found him. Yep, that was him. No, it was not. Who is reviving this mobs? Maybe it's just a bug. Oh, oh, they're dead. Wow, finally. Yes, he was Delirium. I mean, also it's obviously corrupted, but you get like, well, so much more mobs in the ritual. Get out of here. Already it's 3k. There's still one left. Where's my scepter? Alright, we search for one more ritual. Strong box. So I think to comfortably play these Delirious map, I need to add like another 20 to 30% damage. It just sometimes takes too long. I mean, these corrupted Delirium mechs, just the mobs just keep spawning. And they don't even give good XP, I feel like. I mean, I should, at this point, I have probably to go on tier 16 map. But it takes a lot of preparation to buy all the tier 16 maps. You could also only use experience tablets in your towers. Also an option how you can get like more XP. And actually get a decent boost if you have like 3 towers influence. You can run the maps with like 90% extra experience. You can start playing this build at roughly level 20 to 25. You get Frost Mages, but you want to buy +1 Minion Amulet, +1 Minion Scepter. I mean, you can buy +2s fairly soon. But you can definitely... So I played this build for leveling. I really started playing this build at... Shit, this is going to be rough. I started playing this build at level 20, and I made it through the entire campaign. It was an absolute breeze. But I did do trading during the campaign. I wonder if they also spawn on the other side of the wall. Guess not. So see, now I have like 4k. And I can pull my audience. Okay, so do I want... Could... Is it to defer this one? 348. Oh, I'm just gonna re-roll. Fair enough.
Go on.
Never seen this one here. Have I encountered any limitations in endgame? To be honest, not really. The build works great in endgame. Oh, there's a +1 monster. So what I'm gonna do with this one here... Well, actually, it's not irradiated. If it would be irradiated, I would have pulled a tier 16 map to get some experience. But since it's not gonna do it. So limitations is really just high profile content. Right now the limitation I have is Simulacrum. I cannot really deal with Simulacrum. Maybe I can do it by now, but tier 0 Simulacrum is extremely difficult with this build, because at some point you will lose your skeletons. And for some reason the last gasp support gem is bugged. So if you basically die once, you cannot get back in, because your minions are just gonna instantly die, and the last gasp is not gonna work, so they're not gonna live for another 4 seconds, so you cannot really attack. That's the limitation kind of there, which I encountered with Simulacrum. Besides that, I cleared all the bosses tier 3. Didn't do them tier 4 because I don't feel the need to do that. I didn't encounter any limitations. Other than the relatively slow movement speed. And you know, like, corrupted Delirium maps like these are a little rough. Because, you know, mobs are just spawning all over the place all the time. Which is a little annoying for this build. But it's not a huge deal, but sometimes you just have to fall back a little bit if too many mobs spawn. But I'm also playing like relatively hard league mechanics, right? I have all my league mechanics juiced. So these are not easy. Some lag here. Lag, stop, please.
Now,
Can't play.
another core.
Here you go. I mean, this might seem like uncontrolled, but it's actually fairly controlled. But yeah, in this situations basically where you have mobs coming from all sides, this is like where the build is not very good. I mean, it's still, you know, I don't think any non-Amazon build clear like breaches like this probably at this stage of the game. I think Lightning Spear is probably much better than this for clearing breaches. Yeah, I mean, you can let your minions tank, but they get distracted all the time, so it's hard. Mostly, you know, when you get overwhelmed while running in front of the minions, you usually just fall back behind the minions and then you let them tank for you. And they obviously tank in like stationary scenarios, right? For example, like this ritual, they will tank for you. Expedition, you know, they will tank for you. Boss fights, they will tank a little bit for you. Not, you know, major tanks, but at least a little bit. That's a pretty solid build. Probably like a high A tier, you know, maybe an S tier, I don't know. Depends on your kind of view, what you want to do. For an all-round build. Also relatively cheap to make, to be honest. How do I have 290? Wow, that's literally nothing. I mean, I haven't even watched any Lightning Spear builds. Are they really that strong, though? Oh. I mean, obviously, everybody can make like a, you know, a showcase of a tier 15 map without Delirium, without Corruption, and you know, you can swarm the map. But where it really comes down to is like the more harder maps. I have 150 Spirit on my Scepter, I believe. I don't even think this is so much worse than Lightning Spear Amazon, to be honest. And just the fact that the weapon for the Amazon Lightning Spear costs like 30 divines. Like I can make this build 5 times for 30 divines, basically. Yeah, exactly, because it's extremely expensive. This one here you can really build for less than 1 divine, obviously not at this high magnitude. I have like 48k damage on Ice Bomb. Don't look at DPS on Ice Bomb, it's irrelevant. So you want to look at damage, average damage per use. DPS is completely irrelevant for the build. It's 48k right now. Not very high, I can get it much higher. I'm still working on it. But I have also increased area of effect on it because I like the utility. I don't really need overkill damage in maps. By changing a support gem, or I mean, basically I play less gas and increased area of effect, so these could both be damaging supports. But less gasp is kind of very useful in like swamped maps like this. If you really want to build like highest possible damage, you could leave that out. I mean, 20k is not that bad, honestly. You can do tier 15 maps with that without any problems. You're welcome, man. Glad you like it. This is not gonna be a good ritual, though. Even though this added quite a bit. This third one was really good, actually. Attack speed doesn't do anything. So you won't have crit chance and minion damage, and yes, they work on Scepter. But they... Mostly if you're stationary, because, you know, if your minions fall behind you, it depends on kind of the situation, but most of the time they will be in presence. But they will not always be in presence, unless, you know, in boss fights and, you know, something like a ritual, for example, they will always be in presence. But if you're like speeding through the map, they will not really be in presence all of the time. But in general, the stats are very important on the Scepter. So this is like one... Basically your biggest DPS boost is your Scepter, which you can do outside of like skill tree and stuff like that. I always wanted to see this shock ground. So my Scepter is not really good. Again, I'm looking for a good one, but this one here just has like, you know, 14 crit and 29 increased damage, so this is not very good. So if you can pick up like a Scepter with a lot of crit chance, crit damage, or damage in presence, like these all work great on minions. Because it's so hard to scale once you know, you only have this certain point of a certain number of nodes you can pick from the skill tree to boost your minions, and once you have them all, the only thing is you will be able to, you know, add stuff from your scepter and jewels pretty much. Yeah, it's gonna be a little buff. I think it's not on the weekend, right? Isn't it like mid next week? Not sure. But it's probably just gonna be like some like 10% minion damage or something like that. I haven't seen actually what the mods on it are. Okay, we need one more ritual here. But yeah, it's nice that you can actually, you know, socket scepters now. Which is kind of annoying because the best scepters you can buy right now are, you know, some of them are already corrupted. So I feel like they should also, you know, by that they should allow old scepters which are corrupted to be socketed somehow, but I don't think it can be done. Actually, they should probably just allow to be corrupted items to be socketed in general. I don't think it's like, you know, the currency to socket is basically free. So I don't really see a reason to disallow socketing on corrupted items. Would be a nice little help. Because also if somebody sells an item, you know, some idiot sells an item which is corrupted, and you cannot socket it, that's like freaking annoying. Oh, this has a lot of mobs. Good. Pull the rare in there as well.
Obey me.
I feel like this fight without last gasp would be a huge issue. I know it's not a DPS support, but in this fight I would be dead without last gasp. Like all these minions would be insta-dead. Oh nice, new audience. I can pull it directly. Did I do this? Let's see if there's anything of worse in here. I mean, maybe I should just defer like all the chaos orbs and stuff like that. I will lose 2 chaos. It's a decent ring base. This was the last map for the day. I'm done. Oh, it was a good run. It was a good run. I screwed up a whittling once again, like last time. Wait, do I want to defer all these? Ritual is like so complicated. Can I pull anything? No. Wait, let me try again. So these ones I have already deferred. I mean, it's okay. Not bad. It's probably better than mine even. Mine isn't that great, to be honest. I mean, I have the mana regeneration on it, but because I'm looking to change my shield to the one which gives +4 frost skills. So that will cost a lot of mana. And I will buy that item tomorrow and see how that actually goes. I didn't save the query. It was called something with sun. Oh wait, there's an there's a god tier item coming in. 1 second. That's a god tier scepter. Shit, he's not online. That is a god tier scepter. But he's offline. That's so sad. It just popped up and the guy was immediately offline. So wait, I wanted to look the... Oh, here it is. Sun Splinter. So that one with +4 cold skills is pretty decent. I mean, it costs like 10 diffs though. Yeah, if you can corrupt it to +4. But I mean, you can probably just get a +3. Wait, my scepter, is it coming again? No, it's a different one. Well, this is also pretty strong. This is also ridiculously strong. But I want this one. #102 is absolutely out of control. But it only has 22 spirit, unfortunately. I mean, it's not that bad. I think it's a great scepter. Come on, I'm just gonna buy this. Whatever. I'm gonna die because I have no mana rack, then so be it. But probably he's not even gonna respond. Nope. But yeah, if you buy this with +3... +3 cold skills. Yeah, you would want to buy it uncorrupted, obviously. Oh, well, you could buy it with 2 sockets, whatever. Right, but, you know, it's fairly cheap with +3 cold skills. And obviously you would want to have this with 2 sockets, right? Like you would want to have one like these. And then you could either remove requirements or you could put, you know, something in there. Like with maximum life or, you know, doesn't even matter. But I want to try this because, I mean, the +4 is going to be expensive. And also, like, the maximum resistance stuff, I mean, you know, you could probably min-max to, like, you know, get, like, a 2-2-3 or 2-3-3 or something like that. But you ideally would want to have one with 2 sockets. Right, with jam sockets. Sockets. Right, you can see these are like 25x. This is really not a lot. And then you could you could either, you know, just make them 100 decks, but I would probably do it different. I mean, you could convert requirements, but I would probably pick up decks on my rings, honestly. But yeah, anyway, so that's my plan. I want to incorporate that shield. I'm gonna lose, like right now I have 9.4k, right? If I remove this, I go to 7k. But it's okay, I can still get some energy shield back through these nodes here, which I removed. I guess as long as I'm above 8k, I'm gonna be comfortable. And if you add like really +4 minion skills, that's extremely strong, but it will add a lot of mana cost. And the only way to do this is remove bidding support and replace it by something else, which is, you know, not going to be a huge deal, I guess. But with bidding support, the mana cost is going to be too high. Without bidding support, it's probably going to work out. But yeah, so I have to look for rings, basically, which have high dex. And, I mean, I guess you can get a... I think belts can have dex as well. I mean, it shouldn't be that difficult to pick up items to get 100 or 140 dex. Then you could also get the companion, which is... what is it called? The rower mount. I think the rower mount is 140. Thrower. 190. Okay, but no, it's because level 19 gem. I think if you use a level 14 gem, I think it was 140. Huh. Check thing. 17%, 17 crit damage bonus, 3 minion skills, plus 7 strengths. No, it's not better than mine. I mean, it's a little better than mine, but not much better. So anyway, it's gonna be it for today. So thank you so much for watching. We'll keep updating this build. And see you guys next time. Take care.